All right. Okay. Well, that was that was what he was known for. Mhm. Hey everybody, I'm Orion, your friendly local uh mech pilot. Yeah. Uh,
Is a guy that I've known for actually quite a while. We've been writing mutuals for like at least a year, yeah?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. And we
Uh,
know each other just a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep cutting you off.
it's fine. I just wanted to greet my viewers who were trickling in. Uh,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Because you are streaming this on the YouTube end.
yes, I am. I am streaming this on the YouTube end. Hello, hello there, Silva. Yeah. So I like I told you, I'm doing a collab stream with a good friend of mine, Hero Girls, VT. Yes, Silva. Today is Friday in California. Oh,
Uh,
that's
that reminds me. Let me go ahead and get a quick little. I'm gonna just go ahead and copy and post the link, the YouTube stream into the chat in case people want to check it out from your perspective.
all right.
Get a little cross promotion there, which is part of the point.
Kinda. I haven't done one of these things. Uh, I haven't done one of these things like this in like a long time. So it is definitely exciting.
I am really not surprised, not with all the goddamn cables and plugs that you had to deal with just to set everything up. Oh my god. You want to tell my audience about that again real quick?
Yeah, so um when I uh when I was doing the last time I tried running a Mutants and Masterminds game on stream, I had to use this bot in order to set up Discord reacts for people, and I had to upload the react pictures myself, and they had to be uploaded onto a chat on the Discord server where they were going to be talking, and then I had to tell the bot specifically which pictures to look for, and then I had to tell the bot specifically which voice channel to look for people in. And it was this big complicated thing, and my friend who showed me the bot and was like, oh yeah, it's super simple, and I'm like, I don't know how this is super simple.
I don't know about this, George.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god damn. I'm like, okay. So I knew about Fuji Reactive partly because when I was looking into like just easy setup PNG stuff, that was one of the recommendations. Was just literally go into Fuji Reactive, upload your PNG, and just set up a Discord call. And that it really can be just that easy. What you just described would literally induce a panic breakdown into me. Just oh my god.
Yeah. So I have not been super thrilled at the thought of uh doing too much. Like, it's not that I haven't wanted to, it's also like a lot of my content hasn't really lended itself to uh to collabs, like, because most of my stuff is like single player games or writing or game development or just chatting stuff.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's part of what's so great about today is that you've been doing a lot of the writing on stream stuff,
Mhm.
which I think is really cool. I think it's great when people can actually like pull that off. Me, it's something I've always held off on because one, I really don't want to show off like the draft versions of the stories I actually intend to publish.
Mhm.
But also, I just keep having these issues of like, well, wouldn't it just be like really boring to watch me just like sit there totally silent, eyes focused on the screen, trying to like rewrite the same sentence over and over again because I'm trying to get the right vibe out of it.
Ah, well, that's part of the. That's like, I guess that's part of the adventure, I guess.
Ataka Nibiru, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it.
Oh, Nibiru popped over to say hi to you.
Aw, thank you so much. Let's see, I think that puts me up to, let me check real quick. 195 followers. If I manage to get that up to 200, I'm going to be reading some of my previous thick work on stream. That's our 200 follower goal.
Aha.
And then if I get 200 subs, I have to do a beach episode.
Ooh.
I don't know what that'll look like, but like I did promise. So,
Yeah.
we're 10% of hold on. 12 divided by 200, that's 5%. We're like 5% of the way there. So like And anyway, so one of the things I did want to go ahead and hit up on, let's talk about our backgrounds in writing. Orion, what made you want to start doing this as like stream work, and talk a little bit about what you've done so far.
Okay. So, give me 1 second.
All right, it's been a full second.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, what made me want to do it? I've always loved storytelling. And actually, part of this is your fault. I've always loved storytelling. I've loved crafting worlds and stories for other people. And I always had trouble like dedicating time and effort to writing. I had an opportunity to write for my friend's game development thing once, and I just had a nervous breakdown trying to write out like an actual story because I was so used to writing out campaigns, writing out like the concept of writing a chapter for a novel was just so overwhelming to me at that time, because I was so used to just writing notes and things to work off of for D&D and other tabletop role-playing games. And then I saw this meme that talked about, well, it wasn't really a meme, it was a Tumblr post, and it talked about pacing yourself and writing a little bit every day, and about Terry Pratchett, how Terry Pratchett had a practice that he would write 400 words every day, and I do mean every day, even on like a day he went to a funeral. And he described it as letting the story live in your mind, so that way every time you sit down you know exactly what you're going to write. And how do you put it, drinking from the well of the story every day so it stays fresh. And I did that for a while when I first started my first novel idea, which I still haven't finished, which is kind of funny. Was just trying to write at least the goal, like the Tumblr post talked about how like taking that 400, cutting it down and saying, can you do 200 words a day, right? And that was my goal for like a few months. Well, it was about a month or so. And I was trying to stream that a little bit, and it was nice. I felt like I was making some good progress. And then November came around, National Novel Writer Month, and I wasn't gonna do it. I had people asking me, hey, since you do some writing streams here and there, and you do writing as part of your content, are you gonna do a NaNoWriMo? And I'm like, no, I'm like pushing it to do like 200 words a day. The thought of having to crank out 16 to 1700 words a day in order to get the 50K words done in 1 month was like absolutely unheard of. Like, yeah, sometimes I have my busy days, but but I'd never imagined doing that. And then I saw you doing it, because you made posts about it on Twitter.
Me?
Yes.
Aww. Oh god, and that was off my VTuber account too. That was actually on my my writer account. The one that I don't link to anymore because I've just gone full VTuber pilled.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm doing it for the bit.
Okay. So yeah, you made a tweet about it and you had a whole thread about it, and I was like, that looks kind of fun.
Ah, yes. Yes, we're getting another one in there.
So then I started about like I had a stream where I was spitballing ideas and working on ideas, and then I started I started actually writing my novel for NaNoWriMo about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks late into the month. But like, it took me a while to get in my stride, and I was writing on stream and off of stream. I did so many writing streams. That's when I'd say the writing streams became a core part of my content. And I was cranking out a lot of words, and it was really funny because I had some people who were like, didn't you say your goal was 200 words? You're doing like 2,000 words. And I'm like, I know. I'm going beyond.
And this one is to well, oh god, I flipped the reference. Flipped the fucking reference. Alright, we'll just throw a plus ultra in there. Sure, why not? Everyone gets that one.
And
oh my god, how's that feel to like suddenly have that massive output though?
It was different. And yeah, Nabiru, my word count does often change, but it has been an adventure. And like that, one of the special things about that experience was that, like, what I tell people when they're like, how could you do that? That sounds so crazy. Is I'm like, for me, it became like the difference between running a marathon and sprinting a sprint.
Sprinting the sprint, got it.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's okay. You can tell we're writers because of how redundant our favorite words get.
Yes. And what happened was that, like, up until that point, I had been working on marathon pace. I had been working on easing into things. I'd been working on a pace that I could do every day consistently, right? And then whenever I kicked things into high gear, I had this mental understanding that, like, I was setting aside so many other things. I was setting aside hours every day just to write. And I was like, I accepted this is not sustainable. This is something I am doing in the short term in order to accomplish this one specific goal, and then once I complete that goal, I will shift back down to a more normal gear. You all right over there?
I'm good.
Okay. And
shit. Hold on. I accidentally ended my stream. Shit.
Oh no!
It's okay. Wait, no, hold on. Am I good? No, I am fine. I'm still. I am back to life. Oh my god.
Oh no.
I was trying to go back to my my emotes, and then yeah, I accidentally it happens. It happens. It's okay. It's gonna make a good story. Oh
Yeah.
gosh. It do be like that sometimes.
It really do be like that. And so what but yeah, that was the thing that really pushed me to start writing more consistently on stream. And like I have there's this writer that I follow on Twitter that like does a lot of memes and humorous stuff about like jokes about the writing experience. And I commented on one of his tweets, and I was like, I just don't know what to do. I keep having these ideas. And he said, here's the thing. Like, I don't know if I'm the best person to give you advice because I haven't completed a manuscript all year, but go where the passion is. Go where the passion is and write while you've got that passion. And
no, that is such good advice too, because like if you're not in love with your own story, you can't. How do you expect other people to? You know.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so I that's what I've been doing. I'll have a stream here and there working on things. I've worked on so many silly projects. Like Nabaru could probably tell you, because I know Nabaru hopped in your chat, the ridiculous things that I have done where I've at least outlined ideas. I had one where I was learning how to write a horse girl story.
What?
Yes, because I saw a meme that gave me an idea, and I outlined it as if I was writing. I outlined it as if I was going to be writing it as like a film or a movie, but I never actually wrote it. Like, I wrote the outline.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes outlines are good enough. Like, holy shit. You're talking about how I inspired you with NaNoWriMo. I started just drafting stuff out based off of loose ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And then that ended up turning into, okay, we're not really working on a first draft so much as that, those first few chapters that I wrote out gave me some ideas to start rolling with. And now we're going to do a proper outline and kind of figure out where I would want to go with the story and all this other stuff. And just the outline itself can be so much writing work, and it can also be so fulfilling. And it's still writing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And like, it feels good because, if you ever want to go back to that outline, you can. And it's just there, and you're like, okay, it's been like a few months since I wrote this, but you know what? I've got like more ideas. And wait, I'm writing this, and I have this idea? Well, if I'm going to do that, what if I did this? And just, it spirals. It spirals and it grows,
Yeah, definitely. Like, so, and I get inspired by memes a lot. I'm easily influenced by the meme culture. And
Same.
that horse girl story I was working on was based on a Tumblr post about crossing a horse girl story with a kind of horror occult story where basically the horse dies halfway through the story, and then the girl has to use occult powers to resurrect the horse for the big derby in the end.
Oh my god. Now see, you say that, I get my inspiration from those drill tweets. A sword so delicate as to only be able to be handled by the touch of a lesbian. Fantastic tropes. Alright. So, just to keep things moving along.
Yes.
So I'm really happy to hear that the writing part of this has been working out for you. And it's great because that's exactly what we're here to do.
Yes,
now that we've kind of hopscotched over my initial stuff. So, what we have on here is we have the plot generator that you recommended.
Right.
It's literally just plot generator, the blog.reezy.com plot generator. Mm-hmm. This looks so cool. Mm-hmm. And what we have planned here for our audience today is you're gonna go ahead and give me a roll number. We'll say on a D8. D8 sound good?
I'm just gonna use a random number generator.
Oh, even better.
All right, so 1 out of 8.
1 out of 8.
All right,
And we'll generate that many prompts.
we'll take whatever it spits out.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 3.
2. Blast off?
Yes, blast off.
Wait, was it actually 3?
Yeah, it was 3. I didn't know what you were doing for a second. I was like, did you press the button? Are you counting down as you press the button?
I thought you were counting it down.
No, I was saying the number.
All right. Okay. So we're gonna be spinning this generator 3 times.
Okay.
I do want to just like take a look at all these prompts for the what could have beens.
Okay, sure.
Like we already talked about like this suave druid goblin prompt where it could have been like a D&D thing, whatever. Let's see. So the first one, a woodsman who can be stoic, a troll who tends to attract trouble, and it's a comic fantasy story about redemption. Kicks off in an abandoned coliseum with an infestation of gnomes.
Do you have it to the fantasy setting, or what? Or do you have, what specific setting did you choose?
Oh, I didn't have any of the edit. I didn't have like any setting to choose. I didn't even realize.
Because I noticed you were spitting out a lot of fantasy things. Towards the top, there should be a drop-down menu.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
It was just set to like genre, so it could pull from like anything, I guess.
Oh, okay. All right. It just seemed like there was a lot of fantasy stuff, so I was like, oh, are we doing a fantasy story? All right, we're doing a fantasy story.
Okay. Tell you what. How about we hit that die generator again between 1 and 5, and we'll use that to pick our genre.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah, I love fantasy too, Otaku.
Yes.
It's honestly just my main genre of choice.
All right.
All right, spin the wheel.
All right. Spinning the wheel. All right. 5.
5 PS5s. All right, we got sci-fi then.
All right, and then gonna run the generator.
All right, so this is number 2, which means the next one is the one that we actually go with.
Okay.
Let's see. This is an astronomer who is unnaturally observant, a xenobiologist who tends to get tongue-tied, and it's an apocalyptic story about a search for identity. It kicks off at a national conference with the sentence, "He looked up and saw a sky full of rats."
Rats.
Note that not all is as it appears in the story, and the twist is it's a retelling of a Shakespearean tragedy.
Oh no!
Oh, that could have been a good one. That could have been a good one. So, if we have any writers in chat, feel free to take that one.
Yeah.
Okay, but the one that we're going to be rolling with, are you ready?
Yes,
Give me a little drum roll. All right, so we have a professor who is a perfectionist, a xenobiologist who has a strong moral compass, and it's a biopunk story about hubris. Kicks off in the year 5021 with an 11th hour invention. Note: someone in the story will be conflicted about duty, and the twist: the homicidal AI saves the day. Okay, I need to actually like look up some of these terms because like, wait, hold on. Is there like a?
Can you copy and paste that and put that somewhere so I can...
will. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Also, it looks like you could actually lock some stuff in and then just like
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, I went with a screenshot, not a copy and paste. What am I thinking here?
I just
Alright,
need
so
to
I'll
be
just
able
go
to see it.
All right, so we'll go ahead and post it in here. Actually, let me just go. Actually, I can do that better. I can go indent on Discord. There we go. That'll make it a little easier to see. All right, so that's what we're working with here.
Okay.
So in case anything happens to the website, we'll have that up for reference. Okay, so what the hell is a xenobiologist?
That's a person who studies. I believe that's the person who studies alien plant life or alien biology.
All right. Then what the hell is a strong moral compass? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Let's see. Biopunk. Okay, that's also a term I'm not familiar with.
Ooh, I think that's like with like kind of like cyberpunk instead of having like cybernetic upgrades, you have like weird biological modifications and like genetic modding and like extra limbs and other things to change your body.
Let's see. According to ye olde Wikipedia, which as we know is the most infallible source of information,
Mm-hmm.
biopunk is a subgenre of science fiction that focuses on biotechnology. It is derived from cyberpunk, but focuses on the implications of biotech rather than mechanical cyberware and informational tech. Biopunk is concerned with synthetic biology. It is derived of cyberpunk involving biohackers, biotech megacorps, and oppressive government agencies that manipulate human DNA. Oh, you'd love to see a casual. Oh god, what do they call that?
War crime?
Something like that. Most often keeping with the dark atmosphere of cyberpunk, biopunk generally examines the dark side of genetic engineering. Oh, that's the word I was looking for. Genetic engineering. It represents the low side of biotech. Okay. I think. Oh, that's actually got some good ideas there.
Mm-hmm.
And then okay. So I'm just gonna put up the definition of xenobiologist just for my own
Reference.
yeah.
Yep.
It's like when I typically take a stab at sci-fi, I'm usually going for like the very soft science Star Wars approach.
Mm-hmm.
But like I've been a long fan of blah 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 blah. Oh god, I had it and then I lost it. Ghost in the Shell.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Oh my god, and yeah, the xenobiology goes right into that too.
Mm-hmm.
So like yeah, alien biology.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do is actually you know what else I can do? I could pull up another screen, and I could put up a timer, and what we'll do is we give ourselves 2 hours to just throw something up.
Okay.
Let's see, and then no, we gotta let me set this to 2 hours.
Because we're planning to finish in that'll give us time in order to read each other's stories and give input.
Yep, and we'll be reading those live, of course.
A horse, of course.
Hey, and then wait, hold on. What the hell did I put this here? Oh, okay, there we go. Yep, that's perfect. That is perfect. So we'll just go ahead. We'll modify that, and we'll have the timer on screen. Let's see. I think that works. That works. All right then. So, that being said, we're gonna spend the next 2 hours just chatting and writing. Oh my god, kill. That is absolutely. That's kind of close to what I was actually thinking of. All right. So, Orian, best of luck to you.
Yes.
I mean, this isn't a competition, but like you know.
Yeah, it still helps to have luck on your side when you're doing something timed and under pressure. Under pressure. Sorry.
Nope. Hey, you don't have to apologize for Queen. Queen slaps. Wait, hold on. That was also David Bowie. Or was he Ziggy Stardust at that point?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But damn, he looks good in the speedo. Anyway, let's go ahead and time start now.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right. So when you start working on a story, what do you like to start with?
I like to start by outlining what I want to happen, how I want it to end, and then working backwards from like what it's going to take to get there, so I can seed the right story ideas into it, so that way everything kind of falls into place. Because I've noticed that, like, if I try writing from the front back, I end up spending a lot of time going back and adding in things in order to make the ending make more sense as I get going. Does that make sense?
Kind of, yeah. I sometimes, let's see, at least with the way that I write, I try and keep things sequential, just literally for my own sake. But a lot of times, yeah, you end up going back and forth, because it's like, oh, I've got an idea, but in order to make this idea work, I have to, like, you know, build it in a little bit deeper. So I end up going back further earlier into the whatever chapter or whatever I'm working on, and like plant it in there. And I don't think that's uncommon.
Yeah. And well, like, so when I'm actually writing the story itself, right? I write the story in sequential order. But whenever I'm outlining, I like to outline from the end. Like, does that make sense? Like, I like to have some idea.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. One of the writers I used to follow, Doug Byers, who works on the story for Magic the Gathering, one of the things that he often talks about is how when you're writing a story, you should have an idea of what your climax is going to be. You need to have an idea of like what you're building towards, because if you don't have that, then like you kind of get stuck into a George R.R. Martin trap where it's like, oh, but my garden just I just let my story grow, and then the story just kind of grows wherever it wants, and you sometimes you just completely meander without like any real drive towards somewhere, which, you know, some people like that, and that's a perfectly valid way to write a story. But at the same time, if without any like hard direction, you're gonna like, get a little stuck. Okay, so just gonna start going stream of consciousness here. Let's see. I have alien biology. Interesting.
Okay.
We have now reached the part where we start knuckling down and actually focusing on the story itself.
Yes.
But you know what? That kind of makes for a really good chill stream.
Yeah, it does. It does. It makes for a nice little chill stream. Get the music bopping in the background. Okay.
Actually, that.
An 11th.
Okay. What kind of music do you typically listen to when you start working on these?
Usually something lo-fi or something chill. Like right now, I've got some Lofi Girl playing, the Lofi Girl playlist. Why? What'd you have in mind?
It's less that I have something in mind, more of usually when I sit down to write, if I'm starting a project for the first time, I have to actually like build a playlist in Spotify that just have like the songs that have the right vibe. So I actually have a very specific playlist for when I work on my current work in progress sci-fi story. It's got like a lot of Halo stuff. It's got a lot of scores from Land of the Illustrious, Star Wars, that sort of thing.
Okay. Sometimes.
That's so much from Mercury stuff too.
Like for my current story that I'm working on, Deus Ex Machina, that one I'm listening to, like when I'm writing on stream, I'm listening to some kind of lo-fi, but whenever I'm writing off of stream, I'll be honest, I'm usually listening to some kind of like Sabaton songs. just for kind of that vibe. I This is gonna sound really corny, but I like to listen to Sabaton songs about planes, tanks, and ships, and imagine they're about mechs.
I like that. I mean, like, oh god, I still want to find a way to work in a train mech into the sci-fi story I'm working on.
Yeah, designing mechs is fun. That's one of the reasons why I want to learn how to draw, so that way, because like I want so many, I have so many ideas in my head, and I want them to become a reality, and I have more ideas than I could ever have the money to commission artists for.
Oh god. Honestly, let's see, my friend Neon, they're really into mechs and mech designs too. I should get you two to connect so you can talk about this stuff, and they might be able to help you learn some stuff. Let's see. This is hard. Usually when I need to like find like some sort of a spark here.
Well, do you want to bounce ideas off me? What are you stuck on?
I think the thing that let's see. It's just like coming up with like the initial concept, right? And it's like, okay, so we've got the thing, but it's like, what is my emotional core idea here? Like, what's that thing that's gonna like get the ignition started? So it's like, biotech, alien biology. That honestly makes me think of like the She-Ra cartoon. Because there's a lot of first ones biotech that goes into that. Let's see, actually, hold on. Let's see, xenobiology, strong moral compass. Story about hubris. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I might have something. I might have to start something cooking here.
Ooh, we got something?
Might have something. So like, okay, it's like it's not a secret. In fact, I say this pretty loudly for everyone to hear, to the point where they might actually be getting sick of it. But I am a queer woman, so a lot of things I write tend to be involved with gender. So like, talk about xenobiology and the hubris. I could honestly try and pull something like bioengineering gender into a species that doesn't conform or something like that.
Ooh, having the hubris to think that you know what's better for the society than they think for themselves.
Exactly. And like, I've just got so many friends that would look at an alien and be like, "Oh, that's so gender." It's like the scene from Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, where Kana learns how to say "that's wicked," and she starts repeating it everywhere, and the kids just start going, "Oh, that's wicked. Oh, that's wicked. Oh, that's wicked." It's like that, except gender. Okay, so wait, hold on. I'm forgetting the fundamental rule of writing,
which is
you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yes, man.
When I started working on Salvation, my main debut novel that I'm currently working on, the moment that I internalized that I could literally just do whatever the fuck I wanted was like the moment when Thanos revealed that the red Infinity Stone lets him augment reality, and it just clicked for me in like the best possible way. So what I can go ahead and do then is, how do I turn this to a magical girl story?
Ooh, isn't that the question? Now I'm just imagining biopunk magical girls, like.
Oh god, yes. Oh god. Let's see, because it's a xenobiologist with a strong moral compass, so she could be. You know, Cutie Honey's actually not that far off, because Cutie Honey has like the common writer. No, not even the common writer history, although original common writer was a little bit like that. She's got like a bit of an Astro Boy origin story, you know?
And Nabaru just said in my chat, biopunk magical girl, it's Cutie Honey. Though, so I had a really corny and a really silly thought. You're talking about a magical girl. You know, magical girls usually have some kind of trinket they use to transform, right?
Right.
What if the xenobiologist is the magical girl and her transformation trinket is her strong moral compass? And it's an actual compass.
Oh my god. Something like the compass that always points to the North Star no matter where you are in the universe.
Yes.
Oh my god. Actually, that's not... It's actually kind of cool. Like get that old star theme to Space Sheriff Gavin going.
Yes.
Actually, I don't know why I don't think about this more often, but like, a lot of tokusatsu is just straight up science fiction, you know?
Yeah, it is.
And I don't know why I don't make that association more often. So why don't we just go ahead and call her? Yeah. Oh god, that's another thing I'm remembering is that this is actually not the most comfortable writing position for me. At least not when I go deep.
Must go
Not
deeper.
Exactly. If I'm like trying to do like real deep writing, I need to get into my nice, comfy plush recliner, curl up with my laptop, and just like relax back and vibe. Posture is just like one of the most important things for just creative writing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. That works perfectly with the 11th hour invention to kick off the story too, because like that's just like the classic hero thing, pulling out a new power right out of your ass. I don't think I've ever heard of cybernetic biohumanoids.
Wasn't that essentially what Kamen Rider was?
Yeah, like he was a guy that a Shocker abducted. I can't remember if they like brought him back to life or not, but they turned him into an android because he had like superior intellect and skills, and he was like he was either like an example of human peakness, or he was the only one strong enough to like survive the surgery or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the Tokusatsu website that actually has the first series available to watch, which is pretty great.
Yeah, I've seen some of the movies. I haven't watched the latest movie, Shin Kamen Rider, but I remember when they did some movie versions of the story with Kamen Rider the First and Kamen Rider the Next years ago. I watched those and definitely enjoyed those themes. So like, it's funny looking at this from like different perspectives, right? Because like, your view is how can I insert magical girls into this, right?
Right.
And my view is how can I insert giant robots in this?
I mean, if we're talking about Spider-Man, we could do both.
Exactly.
Okay. it. I haven't seen the Shin Kamen Rider either, but I want to. I want to so bad.
Yeah, Silva, one of my viewers, said that uh, that they really liked it. Didn't give me any spoilers or anything, but just I think it's one
Oh
of the
yeah, I
things.
see it too. I see. I've got your chat here.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I can pop your chat out and like have it as just like a separate thing without having your stream open. You can actually do the same on mine too.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, like it's just a little collab hack.
Let me see about popping that out.
Yep,
Doop, doop,
don't even
doop.
have to have the stream open. You can just pop out the chat in its own window. Save you
Okay.
some processing power. Okay.
See if I can avoid having. Okay. Okay. All right.
Oh my god, yes.
Ooh, what you got? Got something good?
Kinda. So the way that I'm looking at this, because this is a story about hubris,
Mm-hmm.
this has me thinking about the POV character, which is going to be the professor who is a perfectionist.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the drive of perfectionism is the ego. And this is something that, you and I can relate to as creatives. There's the idea that, no, this isn't good enough because I know I'm capable of better and all this other stuff. It's the result of a weak ego and just, being uncompromising to yourself. So thinking about this, this professor who would essentially be the antagonist to the magical girl that I'm working up. This is a villain POV story.
Ooh.
And since the twist involves a homicidal AI, what this has me thinking of, okay, professor story, kind of with ego problems, kind of like Seto Kaiba, who makes this robot who has like robots and AIs and programs and stuff to kind of reinforce his own ego of, yes, I'm the best. There's no way I will fail this time. But that actually reminded me of something else, and that was Dr. Gero from Dragon Ball Z. Specifically the abridged version, where he is, killed pretty handily by his own androids. And so, now I've got a pretty solid reference to start drawing and building from here. We're cooking. We're cooking. We've got all of our ingredients, and now we just gotta mix them all together. Oh my god, I forgot. Did Washu's robots do that in Tenchi too? Exactly, Silva. Now we're thinking with portals. It's, oh my god. Orion, your chat's the best.
My chat is definitely something special. Silva is truly a one-of-a-kind individual.
Oh god. I love memes. I love references.
Mm-hmm.
And no joke, I go back to Dragon Ball Z Abridged a lot because I think their character writing is some of the best.
I guess that's one way to look at it, Nabiru.
Yeah, Never is right. Never is right. And no, Silva's correct. SAO Bridge absolutely has some of the best writing ever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Let's see that. Okay. Okay. Okay, I've got myself a little outline here. Neat.
Nice.
Okay. So I've got an idea of what I want to do. I just got to write it out.
That's very silly, Nabiru.
Karibo Henshin device. What would that even look like?
I don't even know.
It could be like it'd be like a bag, right? You reach into the bag, you pull out a Karibo, and you pop it. The Karibo explodes, and then after the explosion smoke recedes, you're transformed. Oh god, yeah. That most recent SAO Abridged episode was amazingly hard. I need to go back and rewatch the episodes up through season 2 so far. Because, you know, not having seen it for a while, a part of it feels just a little out of left field. But, if I can go back and be like, okay, yeah, I see what they're going, I see where they're building this up for, then like, yeah, it's got like a full pass for me. Hey, you know, there's nothing weird about a burger making you a cowboy. That's factually how it works here in the States.
Exactly.
Yeah, see?
You eat the right burger, it makes you into a cowboy instantaneously. Them's the rules.
Meowdy, y'all.
Right?
Okay.
Meow.
Let's see. Let's see.
A Yu-Gi-Oh! Henshin. Well, Silva, I think I don't know. I think Ryuki's belt would probably either Ryuki's belt or Decade's belt would be better for that.
Honestly, if you were going with a Yu-Gi-Oh! Henshin device, I don't think you'd go for a belt. I think you'd actually go with a wrist morpher. Because wrist morpher and dual disc just goes hand in hand. And don't think I haven't tried because, like, god damn, I'm still trying to come up with a design for that.
Well, I'm just imagining a thing where like you have like how Ryuki had the deck of cards on the belt.
Oh, is that Decade?
No, wasn't it? Didn't? Am I remembering? Because I remember that's how they did it in. Because Ryuki's the one that became Kamen Rider Dragon Knight over here. Right, Ryuki had the deck of cards on the belt and he loaded them into a thing on his arm in order to activate them. So I was thinking maybe have the belt on the belt buckle have the deck and then the dual disc be on your arm, so then you draw from your waist in order to play the cards on your arm.
So, Nibiru brings up the VR Troopers dual. Oh wait, no, the VR dual. Oh, you know what? I saw VR and my first thought was VR Troopers. That tells you exactly
VR.
how old I am. we are VR Troopers. Oh god, Maru hates that so much. I don't know if you know her, but Maru DeCinco is a Metal Hero Idol themed VTuber. And she despises VR Troopers with all of her heart.
Yes, Silva, Big Bad Beetleborgs was epic.
Yes! Yes!
I watched it over and over again. I remember I used to rent the VHSs of Big Bad Beetleborgs episodes from the local library when I was growing up.
Oh god, I'm pretty sure that they have like a re-uploaded there too. At one point I was, oh no wait, at one point they were on Netflix and I started watching them. God damn it, I wish I kept going. My favorite arc of that was by far once they brought in the writer's brother start going. It just had both of the comic artists going against each other. I think that was so good. Okay, I need to actually like write. Let's see, I can't. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that works. All right, the main character's name is Ursa, and she's named after Ursa Major, but because she's a superheroine, we're gonna call her Major Ursa.
Ooh, nice.
It is the easiest thing I could have come up with. How are you doing on your end?
I have the basic plot down. I just have to plan out my ending real quick, then I'll actually get to start writing. I have like some of the named characters, some of the stuff of the world, and I have some ideas down that I can work with. I just have to figure out where I want the story to go. Though I will admit, my story is going to be very much like, it's going to reflect the fact that I am a very big weeb.
Good. We need more weeb stories in this day and age. Of our Lord and Savior, Nico Niyazawa. What?
I just realized that, because I like to make acronyms and stuff in order to express big ideas in more compact ways, right? And the acronym for the homicidal AI that ends up saving the day in my story is AOC.
Actual factual Congresswoman AOC.
Because it's A over controller, alien.
That shit's funny.
And I'm like, oh wait.
That's funny. Only we can get her up to the Senate.
If only.
If only.
Alright.
Okay, so. I don't want to think too hard about this. Hey Ryan,
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a little trouble reading something out. Uh, love anime internet disorder. What does that acronym spell?
Ways? Love anime no, Laid? Laid?
Got him. Nibiru's shit posting in my chat.
Gosh.
Got him. High five, team effort all around.
Yes.
All right. Hmm. See that. drives me fucking crazy when a program like Google Docs or whatever underlines a word is like, I don't know, this is quite right, and then you go and you check it out, it's like, but I don't have a suggestion on how to fix it. And just there's no way to get rid of it except to just like delete the word and type it back out. Drives me crazy.
Hmm.
Okay. I should get like a little pen PNG I can put in the VTube studio for me to chew on.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I'm thinking I might change. I might break from the prompt a little bit. Just
Alright.
I might swap who the primary character is and who the secondary character is. Like swap them.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
If you think that's how to work, if you think that'll help,
yeah.
because like these are literally just prompts, they're just to get you going.
Right.
I chew through so many pens when I'm writing. Ugh. I'm trying to think of like how to do this transition.
Hey, Happy Wolf, welcome to stream.
Hey yo, what's up? What is up? Incidentally, do you have like a name for your viewers?
I call them the Star Hunters.
Ah, nice. Welcome, Star Hunters. I just I waffle between mine. It's either heroes or slime kicks. One of the two. One of the two.
Mhm.
Probably just call them heroes. Especially since I'm trying to work on my sub cheer, where I tell them welcome to the Heroverse. That is good. Ah, what was the prompt for this challenge? I can actually pull that up. So the prompt actually.
Let me see if I can pop that back. I'm wondering if I can.
Yeah, I just realized it was over on your channel.
Boop. Let me see about. Alt. Okay, there. So I just put the prompt up there about a. Yes, it's definitely going to be interesting. But one thing, Happy Wolf, is I am switching around the primary and the secondary character and slightly changing the POV because I'm terrible at writing villain POVs.
But you know what? This could be a chance to, flex that a bit. Push just a bit, get out of your comfort zone.
We'll see. We'll see how it comes together.
Yeah, we'll see how it comes together. Which, I also started doing that that villain POV. If only because the prompt is about hubris. Which means that you're writing either like a hero who's experiencing hubris or a hero witnessing hubris. Both perfectly good. Perfectly good. Okay.
Yes, Happy Wolf, it is a challenge.
Incidentally, we have
How much time's left on the timer?
just a few minutes over an hour.
Okay.
My timer got stuck because I minimized it and the nope, doesn't want to. Okay, so I'm gonna put it over here. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Just gonna leave it alone there. There we go. We'll just call that our happy little timer tree. Hey Ryan,
Yes.
have you ever heard of the ship of Theseus?
Yeah.
Theseus?
Yeah, that's the thing where like the mental problem if you change out all the boards of a ship over time, is it still the same ship?
Exactly. Imagine that, but with body parts.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because like you could do the same thing with a computer theoretically, right? Like
Mhm.
you can literally have a rig and then just slowly upgrade each and every one of the parts over the course of like, I don't know, a decade or whatever. That might just is that Ghost in the Shell lore? It might be.
Kind of. Kind of, because I didn't really watch a whole lot of Ghost in the Shell. Which sounds sacrilegious being a mecha fan. But uh
It's definitely sacrilegious for a sci-fi fan. Oh yeah, you got a point there, Happy Wolf. That is just kind of how people work.
mhm. What if the real ship of Theseus were the friends we made along the way?
Wait, hold on. I if the ship of Theseus were the friends along the way, does that mean like keeping your social circle intact by slowly replacing your friends? Is
Because
is this just the is this just Power Rangers Turbo?
I don't know. I think we kind of took this metaphor and ran it off a cliff.
Oh god, we've got coyote physics going on.
Yes.
I like this. I like this line. I like this line so good. Okay.
No, I don't think we have a word count minimum for the challenge. I think we're just doing what we can in the couple hours.
Yep. It is a time challenge rather than a length challenge.
Mhm.
Because, you know, a story should really just, you know, be whatever length it needs to be in order to tell it.
Mhm.
Now, of course, that being said, we both have our pride as creators, so, you know.
Mhm. Exactly, Happy Wolf.
Your chat is also very cursed, I see.
Yeah.
How much is a heap of sand, eh? Really pulling out the brain teasers today.
If you take away a grain from a heap, I don't know, Nabiru.
Look, I am just a simple, empty-headed woman who wants to make my action figures kiss, okay? These are the dreams of philosophizers greater than me. Oh my god. Philosophizer sounds like a fucking awesome mech name.
It really does. I was watching some old Vanguard clips of the dimensional robo of of the dimensional robos combining and attacking, and it took everything I had not to start like screaming along.
Ah, yes. Let's see. Hmm. Oh God. I'm to the point where I'm trying to write my homicidal AI, and my brain immediately went to the clip of Android 16 talking to one of his birds. So someone remind me to pull up that clip after after we're done with the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes brains do be like that. So let's see. Oh my God, that is homicidal AI, isn't it? Malware.
Yes, malware.
Computer corruption releases all of your digital sensitive information,
Mm-hmm.
including that extra hard drive that you keep disconnected. The proverbial stash, if you will.
Yes, the stash.
That moment when you realize, wow, I've been running a great scene up to now. I haven't actually done anything with the environment to like set the setting.
Yeah, I've done a
Ever.
lot of stuff with the setting, but I haven't done a whole lot with the story. I'm trying to keep it moving.
At the same time, though, sometimes you just really want to avoid floating head syndrome.
Mm.
There we go. Problem solved. Exactly. It's not like our prompt provided us with like a setting beyond the year 20XX.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it's at some point with years, like it gets to a point where it's just so arbitrarily far in the future that it could literally be anything. Wasn't there a Chimera constellation?
I have no idea.
Technically there's Pegasus. You know what? That's the great thing about writing. You could just like turn objects into names.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Hey, Orchid. Thanks for stopping by. We're just doing a writing challenge right now.
Yep, we're on quite the adventure.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's see. We've got a little prompt up here that we're using this one right here. And we've got like 43 minutes left to finish this. Ah, what did you know, Zorkid? What? No, 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 no. There's got to be more than 2 major comic book companies.
Yeah, there's a variety of comic book companies. There's like the two that like we all know of, Marvel and DC, but there's also like some other really
Yeah.
good comics too.
Yeah, like there's Dark Horse Comics. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
And then there's Boom Comics. They do the Power Rangers ones.
Mm-hmm.
They got a few other licenses too. Let's see. Although I guess at that point you're talking about what you think of as a major comic books company, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, okay, okay. True, Vanguard is still around. There aren't just 3 major card games,
Right.
but there are. But you know, some of the smaller card games are, smaller for a reason.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like how people say that like D&D is the only TTRPG. It's like it's the biggest, but there's an entire plethora, an ecosystem of different TTRPGs that are more than just D&D and Pathfinder.
Oh God, right? Right? Which reminds me, when we get into like the back half of the stream, I definitely want to talk about like masks and stuff.
Okay, I have ideas for a character for Masks.
Oh God, I hope I get to do that campaign.
I hope you do too.
One of the reasons I haven't like committed to it just yet is because I'm waiting to hear back on a few things from some partnerships I've been applying for.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if I get the opportunity to, oh my God, I absolutely want to.
Mm-hmm.
Dahono, hey, thank you so much for stopping by. And also, happy birthday! Happy
Oh.
birthday, Dahono.
Oh, it's Dahono's birthday? Happy birthday, Dahono.
Yeah! Dahono, who is almost single-handedly funding the Make Hero Girl Write SAO fanfiction
Oh, goodness
campaign.
gravy.
Yeah, I've got like a one of those community channel point pools where people can pour all those extra channel points into. And I'm gonna write a legit, sincere fan fiction for SAO.
Oh, nice.
Like it's not gonna be snarky. It's not gonna be ironic or sarcastic. It's gonna be legitimate SAO fan fiction. Might even be a crossover. Might be a crossover fic.
Nice.
Speaking of which, oh, Nibiru just dropped 860 towards it.
Yeah. See, you know what'd be interesting? Thinking about SAO like merging with certain things, like I think it'd be interesting to see SAO merge or like crossover with Gundam.
Gundam. Now that's interesting. Do you mean like SAO characters in Gundamverse, or do you mean like maybe I don't know SAO characters playing a Gundamified VR game?
Well, are you familiar with Gundam Build Divers?
Oh god, that sounds familiar. I've definitely seen the anime for Gundam Build Fighters.
So there was Build Fighters, Build Fighters Try, and then they did Build Divers, which takes place in a different universe, where they scan their Gunpla into a VR game that they go into and complete different challenges in order to earn parts and fight things. And then Build Divers first season was okay. I've heard that their second season, Build Divers Re-Rise, that dealt with different characters, was much better. I never watched Re-Rise, but I've heard it's really good. But just the idea of some kind of a crossover where the SAO characters would get into the Re-Rise world, or the Re-Rise characters would end up in the SAO world, and they would have to face some kind of a challenge that would involve like both the Gunpla and the like. I just want to see Kirito in a Gundam, okay?
Hey, yo, that's legit. That's legit. Just write Kirito playing Gundam Evolution or something.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I've ever heard of Angelic Layer, although I know that there's there's a really good shoujo mech. Oh god, what was it? It was like what was it? Oh god, this is gonna bother me now. I need to look this up. Oh god, God, what was it? There was like a really prominent in the style of like Magic Knight Ray Earth type shoujo mech shows. Escaflowne, that's what it was. Escaflowne.
Ooh, I still have to finish watching Escaflowne.
That's one that's been on my to watch list for like ever.
I think I may have acquired files for like the HD of it.
Okay. Sofa saying Simple Gear. And like that's not wrong.
Have you seen the meme that's like my three tastes: magical girl, idols, and mecha, and then like they're each in different parts of this triangle. Then in the middle of the triangle, it's just Sympho Gear.
I think I have seen that, but I've also seen the alignment chart where it's like a mecha just needs to have like a person encased in like mecha parts. And I think Sympho Gear falls under like a lawful chaotic, something like that. But like I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's basically Magical Girl Mega Man with some killer beats. Ordinary Clover, Hank, thank you for stopping by as we are entered the final 32 minutes of this short story writing challenge. Gotta be the twin tail. Yep, that's another good one. That's another really good one. I really like that one. But then again, I also just really like stories where boys turn into girls. Surprised. No one's surprised. Although, interestingly enough, a good example of a story that really does well with the trans audience and yet is not necessarily a transgender story. There's more things to talk about in my panel next Friday, transgender representation in anime. I'm so fucking excited about that.
How much time do we have left?
Half an hour.
Half an hour.
Okay, which means I really gotta start wrapping this up. I did not know that Brazil's hit comics Monica's Game had a ship in an arc. Actually, I don't think I've ever heard of Monica's Game, period. Yeah, I definitely have not heard of it. But from what you're saying, it sounds like a publisher? Okay. God, what was I right outline. 25 minutes left. Oof. Permanent damage timeline. Also, I will apologize, chat, if we're not the most. You know, we're like really keyed into trying to make sure we finish this project in like the next 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll be doing a lot of chatting in the back half of the stream. So like, no worries, no worries.
Mhm.
No worries. Just letting chat know.
Yeah, normally, so this is an interesting situation where normally whenever I'm writing, every few little bits I'll describe verbally what I'm writing, but because this is kind of like a surprise kind of thing, I'm like keeping it under
Really?
wraps.
Yeah, we're being like really, really secretive right now.
Mhm.
Let's see who's going to.
How much time we got left?
Count it. 12 minutes on the clock.
Oh.
Oh my god, yes, I have seen Kimomo Friends. I have seen Kimomo Friends, and that show is so much better than it has any right to. It is, it's fucking mind-blowing how good it is.
Interesting.
But we'll talk about that more after the timer. 3 minutes.
All right, I'm doing grammatical checks right now.
Oh God, you're already. I'm trying to like sprint for this last, but
Yeah, I sprinted to get to the end, and then I went back and filled in details once I had the core story down. I don't know how functional my story is, but I'm doing my best.
oh God, I'm missing the pin to tie this together.
I believe in you.
Oh God, some of this is just gonna be completely nonsensical, but you know what? Whatever gets us there.
Hey.
Up, and that's time. All right, so then I'm just gonna take like a couple minutes just to like write a quick wrap up sentence, and then we'll call this done.
Hey.
Partly because I think I just got a little too distracted talking, but also just because, like, damn, I got a little too ambitious here.
Yeah, I had to be really strict with that, with like what I was trying to accomplish and what I was trying to get done. With trying to keep it as simple as possible, describing enough, not embellishing. Like, if I was making this into a full-on novel, I'd go back and like flesh things out. Like, I'd expand things into like some things that I only gave like 3 sentences, I'd probably give an entire chapter to.
Okay, so that's the one sentence. Wow, I didn't even get a chance to like really go off with the to go with that to write out the full idea I had for the ending. Like I had like my whole outline here. If I had like, you know, another couple of nights to work on this, I'd probably have something I'd really like. But you know what? I think for just something we literally did in the span of like less than 2 hours, this is fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right then. So let's see. Were you writing yours on like a Google Doc?
I was writing on OpenOffice, but I copied it into Google Doc in order to do some spell checking, because I figured it'd be easier to do. I live and die by OpenOffice. Are you familiar with that program at all?
I am not, but I'm gonna go ahead and post the link to my half of this into the stream text chat.
Yep, I'll post mine up in just a second. Yeah.
Right.
Imagine open source Microsoft Word.
I don't know that I can. My imagination is great, but it can't stretch that far. Okay. So like, this really goes to the first thing about this challenge, right? Having an idea of like exactly what kind of pace you are, what kind of things you get hung up on, and getting that to fit within the time frame to work on. Because I definitely, for this project, found myself getting caught up in maybe just like a couple of details, a little too much in like the setup, so that way things felt like they just didn't come out of nowhere, but then that didn't give me enough time to like actually wrap up the full idea story. Okay, and let's see, could you go? There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and take turns reading this on stream. Let's see, do you want to go first or?
Oh wow, you got a lot of stuff done.
Let's see. Actually, I forgot we could go ahead and take a look at the word count. So you've got like a 163 on yours. I've got 1185, but part of that's just the outline.
Oh, I did the outline on a separate document.
Yeah, I've got mine on the actual document I was using for reference.
So I mean we're pretty close, because like your word count's not like, let's see, yours starts, I forget, in Google Docs can you highlight things in order to get the word count on them?
I want to say maybe. Let's see. So if I were to just highlight,
looks like you had 922 was the word.
Yeah, 920. Yep.
Of the actual.
So
story.
like a little under what you had in terms of like actual just pure story writing.
Yeah.
Like, word count ain't everything.
Right.
It's kind of like what you were saying earlier on. Terry Pratchett did in fact write only 200-ish words a day. And the man still wrote like several, if not dozens, of amazing novels over the course of his life.
I think he wrote 400 words a day, but the challenge was to do at least 200, saying if he could do 400, then I can do 200.
Exactly. And that's the same motivation that I was using for myself too.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So who wants to go first, you or me?
I'd say why don't you go first, because I'm curious to see what you think of mine.
Okay. Either way, I win, because it's like either you get to read my story or I get to read your story. So like, win. Okay.
Yep.
Hold on. I need to get some appropriate. Let's see. I know I've got the. Let's go for some rock. Some stream rock. Here we go. Amazing that we could both do so much in so little time. Yeah, honestly, that just comes from practice.
Mhm.
That just comes from practice and not letting the blank page intimidate you. Sometimes
Right.
you just need to, when it comes to first drafts, literally just shit it out. Just hop on the pot and take a huge ass dump, because whatever you write, it's gonna stink. The important thing to remember is that you can go back and actually turn it into something better. Like, you can actually polish a turd into a proper story with enough time and editing to go back. But you can't do that unless you fucking write it first.
Right. One of the things from that Tumblr post that first inspired me to take up and really try writing was that you can edit 200 words of bad text into something worthwhile and readable and valuable, but you can't edit a blank page.
Exactly. And that is what I try so hard to hammer into all of my viewers whenever I talk about creativity. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at Biopunk's story. The year is 5021, and all human military powers have been taken over by an advanced biocomputer made from the frozen remains of an alien brain. 50 years ago, mankind set up the first settlements on Mars, and while exploring the polar ice caps, found the remains of advanced Martian civilization. These remains lead to major breakthroughs in the fields of bioengineering and genetic modification. Special weapons and combat vehicles were made out of steel-like flesh that could be grown into whatever shape they were needed to. The ultimate form of this were the Toms, or technical organic monstrosities, towering humanoid behemoths of flesh and steel that could wield bio-laser weapons and other advanced tech. Soldiers were genetically modified to allow them to interface with this tech, being called Senshi. The Senshi would pilot and interface the Toms as if they were extensions of their own bodies. These soldiers became valuable commodities and were used in a new wave of wars. As more and more superweapons were rolled out, it looked like humanity was hurtling towards mutually assured destruction, and people had lost hope in the future. Professor Hibiki stood over his supercomputer and stared in awe and wonder. He had finally completed his ultimate invention. He had been able to reanimate the remains of an alien brain recovered from the ice of Mars and interface that into a biocomputer that could send out special alien brainwaves and control all the Senshi. He had successfully ended all wars in a matter of moments. His creation was the Alien Over Control, or AOC. Behold, I've brought about world peace. All the powers of the world, your militaries, belong to me. Surrender to my demands or be crushed by your own creations, he said into a microphone. His words were being broadcast across the planet. He had judged humanity and found it lacking. Humans have been offered the technology of a dead people, and all they did was use it to fight in their own petty squabbles. The professor's dedication to perfection could not allow this to continue in this way. It took a few weeks, but eventually, most of the world surrendered. Some pockets of resistance still held out, but their weapons were no match for the Senshi and the Toms. They fought using guerrilla tactics and kept the resistance alive, but the professor was convinced that it was only a matter of time till they saw the beauty of his perfection and surrendered. Professor Hibiki began to lay out his plans to reorganize the world and all the solutions he had to all the world's problems. All his solutions would be backed up by the combined militaries of the world, making them appear quite effective. He would crush anyone who didn't adhere to his standards of the perfect society, or anyone who opposed him in any way. But unbeknownst to him, within the resistance, there was a Dr. Gonorrhea. Okay, I almost read that as Dr. Gonorrhea.
I put it in parentheses how to pronounce it.
I see that, but like, you know, Dr. Jonara, a xenobiologist that had been studying alien biology and working with the bioengineers to make the advanced technology that the professor had hijacked. She worked with the Resistance to develop a special counter signal to AOC's alien brainwaves to free some A-Senshi. It took months, but she was able to finally get her signal blocker into a prototype phase. The Resistance lured an A-Senshi into a trap and broadcast the counter signal. The first one to be freed was an A-Senshi named Onion. He was confused and conflicted when he was freed. I'm sworn to fight for peace, and Hibiki achieved that. Wouldn't it be better to surrender and just make the best of the peace we have now? Onion said. What we have isn't peace, it's tyranny and fear. We can only achieve peace when people choose to lay down their arms. Anything less is a farce that'll never last, Janaro said. Onion got over his conflicting feelings in order to help recover Atom and use it to fight back against AOC's hordes. AOC had started working on a new biolaser weapon that could hit targets in orbit. It was massive and used literal tons of biomaterial to construct. It was one of the most powerful weapons ever constructed, and if it could hit something on Earth, it could level a continent. But it was only constructed to hit things in orbit. This was happening right under the professor's nose, and he didn't notice it because he was so consumed with making the world conform to his own values and ideals. He didn't even notice that AOC had reopened the recruiting and modifications facilities and had been expanding their hordes of soldiers and Toms. The Resistance was concerned with what AOC was planning and was rushing to get their counter signal ready for a full broadcast. But they would need to bounce the signal off of a satellite network if they wanted to free more than a couple of A-Senshi at a time. Onion was able to fight back some of the hordes of enemies and try to get the Resistance to a satellite uplink location so that they could get their signal blocker out to free the other A-Senshi. Once they finally arrived, Onion sacrificed himself to buy them time to broadcast the counter signal and free some of the other A-Senshi. While everyone was fighting for control of Earth, no one noticed the alien bioships come into Earth's orbit. Just as AOC lost control of the A-Senshi, they fired the special biolaser and destroyed the incoming shift. I have accomplished my task. You may return to fighting amongst yourselves, AOC said before deleting itself. Immediately, the people were set free and instantly began to turn on Professor Hibiki. His obsession with perfection and abuse of the power of his dictatorship had given him had made no friends, and he was tried and punished for his crimes. AOC had left behind files on the aliens that were coming and how to fight them. Now united, humanity was able to marshal their forces to defend against the next wave of invaders. With a new threat to unite themselves against, and a renewed sense of purpose, humanity began to have hope in a brighter tomorrow, and the dream that one day they would no longer need these weapons of war that they had become so attached to. And scene.
Yes.
Yo, that's not bad. I like this. Okay, so like general thoughts as I'm going about this. Honestly, I this really makes me wish I had taken a more narrative approach to writing my story. Just because narration is a great way to convey a lot of information very quickly. It doesn't get as in-depth or personal as what I would normally like to write, but when you have so little time and so little word space to actually work with it, you do just need to like boom, 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 hit your stuff, hit your setup, hit your plot, and just like you can tell a compelling story like and like in general, I really feel that from this work. Like I definitely think that there's some stuff I would have like a couple of the parts where you put in dialogue. I feel like it feels a little like a good a promo trailer. It feels like a really good promo trailer.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that the dialogue here works, it feels just a little not necessarily disconnected, but like I feel like I wouldn't have introduced a smaller character like Onion to have a couple of words, and might have actually worked as like an inter dialogue or something like that. But generally speaking, I think this is actually a really solid template for how to write these sorts of stories. Because if nothing else, this also works as like a template, as a an outline, right? An outline for a much bigger story to write later.
Yeah, the whole thing with Onion was I needed to have a character who was conflicted about their duty.
Ah, right. Okay, so that's what you're pointing in.
Yeah. And I thought instead of just having a character and saying this character is conflicted about his duty, if I actually had dialogue of him being conflicted, that would fit a little bit better and not feel as forced than just saying they freed this person. He was conflicted.
Right. Did you ever consider like pulling that trope into the AOC? Like the AOC maybe having like an internal conflict.
I hadn't thought of that.
Right. Like this is just how anytime I start looking at like any of these prompts or anything like that, my brain is like trying to hyper efficientize. And it's like, okay, so we've got like these two main characters, and we've only got like so much time to actually write it. We need to like make everything as bare bones as possible. That means introducing as few people as possible. So you've got like your xenobiologist, you've got your professor, and you've got your AI. I don't actually, honestly, the idea of combining your AI with the xenobiologist was actually really clever. I like that a lot.
Well,
because AOC was also the AI, right?
No. Well, AOC was the AI. AOC was the AI. Janora was the xenobiologist.
Okay. Okay. My brain skipped over that part because I was like, oh man, this whole. My favorite part here, though, is just like the whole stance of what we have is the peace, it's tyranny and fear, and like that. Okay, I misread. Ignore me. Ignore me.
Okay.
But no, yeah, I really liked this whole. I like how you utilize the AI here. It's really good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, basically with Onion, that basically adds like a fourth character that causes a little bit of a speed bump because you have to dedicate time to like theoretically introduce this fourth character. I definitely think an internal conflict would have been good. But like, what are you happy with? What do you wish you could have done a little bit better?
So looking at this story, I would have liked to have developed the characters more in general. Like I didn't have more than like a couple lines, if even, of dialogue with each character. And like I would have liked to have fleshed out what Professor Hibiki was after, like what his perfection was defined, and the kind of the hubris that he had. Because what I was going for with the hubris was that he believed that he knew all the answers of the world. He was that person who's like, well, if I was in charge, I could fix everything. Except he actually put himself in charge.
So literally, he's just trying to take over the world, but he doesn't necessarily have a reason.
Right. He's looking at human society being like, this is look at all these problems, because we all know those kind of people that like look at a problem and they think that because they think that they're the first person to think of what they consider the simplest solution, and they don't realize that the reason nobody's doing it is because there's more to it. It's a more complex situation.
Oh god, it's like the XKCD comic where it's like, man, we've got like 12 different variations. We need to set up a standard variation so that way we can get rid of all these other ones. The result being, now we have 13 variations.
Yes.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, let's see. Did you have like any other like train of thought comments you wanted to make? Because I know that you were explicitly holding back to try and like keep things under wrap.
So what I really liked was this idea that there was a it leading into a larger conflict. So what was happening was the professor had reanimated a frozen alien brain and interfaced it with a biocomputer in order to create the AI that could use the brainwaves to take over everyone who had been modified with the alien tech. what I wanted to look at was that there's always a bigger fish. In this case, them using the alien tech, unbeknownst to them, sent out a signal that made them a target of the enemies of the Martians. So then that drags them into this much larger conflict. That I wanted to explore in later stories, or possibly like if I made it into a novel, like in later books, exploring how humanity navigates through this intergalactic or interstellar war. And I wanted to explore that, though I will admit I pulled a lot of ideas from a lot of different places for this.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about some of your influences when writing this.
Okay, so I will admit the entire plot, not the entire plot, but a big part of the plot of you having soldiers who've been modified with some kind of new genetic sequence or something in order to make them better, and then all of the soldiers with that modification being controlled by some evil organization. I got from a Godzilla movie.
Ooh, which one?
I don't remember the name of it because it's been so long, but I remember when I was growing up, my cousin was obsessed with Godzilla movies and would always want me to go watch the Godzilla movies with him. And
there are worse things you could be obsessed with.
Yeah. And there was this one movie where I think it was something Wars or something, I think, where basically people had discovered this gene in some of the kaiju, and they used it to modify some of the soldiers to make super soldiers, and then they were hoping to use that to fight Godzilla, but then these aliens showed up, and everyone thought that the aliens were going to give them like peace, prosperity, and all this other stuff. Then the aliens sent out a signal that allowed them to take control of all of those soldiers that had been modified with the kaiju gene stuff. Oh, Final Wars, I think Silva says it is.
Yep, Godzilla Final Wars. I literally have it right here. I'm on my window.
There's a whole thing where like one soldier gets free and has to free the others, and the aliens are throwing all of these, like, because of their control of this kaiju alien gene or whatever, gene X or something, they're able to control all the other kaiju, and they keep throwing all the other kaiju at Godzilla to try to defeat Godzilla, but Godzilla eventually defeats them. So that's where I got that idea. I will.
Hey, you know what? That's a fair cop. Because, like, one of the things that I knew we were wanting to talk about on this stream was specifically artistic influence. A lot of the fantasy stories I write tend to be inspired by Fate Stay Night and Konosuba and those types of stories. Mm-hmm. A lot of those grandiose fantasy stories and a bunch of other figures. A lot of the stuff I write about is just taking a bunch of bits and pieces from other things and sticking them all together. I've got one character who's a composite of like Emiya from Fate Stay Night, and also Link, and also Crow from Ruby. And it's just, you can do that with art. You can do that with stories. You can literally just mix and match all of your favorite things together, and I think that's amazing.
Yeah, and so that's where I got that whole thing. And the idea of the biomechs being like their technology, were obvious. There's the obvious inspirations of like Evangelion, and other stories like that with the living robots. I think, what was it? Darling in the Franxx tinkered with that a little bit. So I got that idea of these biomechs, and I think if I'd had more time, I would have liked to actually write some really cool action scenes with Onion fighting in order to get them to the satellite uplink, and Onion's last stand or something as he fights in order to give them time to upload the counter signal. That was the scene I would have liked to have written.
But yeah, as far as inspiration, there was the Godzilla Final Wars for that main part of the plot, and then there's other shows like Darling in the Franxx and Gurren Lagann, where like you think you've dealt with one threat, but then there is another larger threat in space.
Oh god, yeah, just like the ever escalating war.
Right, and that was one of the things that I got from the end there. For part of the ending, was where like this idea that like AOC is working on building this giant super weapon, and the rebellion, the resistance knows, and they're like, "What's that for?" But Professor Hibiki doesn't. He's just so consumed with all the power he has and answering all the world's problems his own way that he doesn't even notice what his supercomputer's doing.
Right. Actually, on that note, have you ever read Iron Widow by Zirin J. Zhao?
No, is that the one that's the retelling of like Chinese history but with mechs?
Kind of, yeah. It plucks out famous Chinese figures and puts them into a Darling in the Franxx type mecha story, but with a lot more criticism and scrutiny on like the gender roles and why things are set up the way they are. Basically, the author's angry, hyper-focused dump on why she was so disappointed with Darling in the Franxx, but it makes something that's just so good for it.
I've heard good things about it. I actually, when I was doing some research for my main story I'm working on, Deus Ex Machina, I come across references to Iron Widow. I haven't read it myself. It's on my to-read list.
It is a very, very good read. Like you know, just for the sake of the mecha part, you've seen Starship Troopers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so imagine they took those giant ass bugs and they turned their carcasses into mechs. And those mechs have the ability to like shift and change form depending on the pilot's chi. It's fucking dope. I want like actual gunpla of the mechs described in the book. I want it so bad.
Yeah.
Honestly, they're also kind of they remind me a little bit of Magic Knight Rayearth mechs too, now that I think about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just because the way that they describe going from like animal to warrior mode makes me think of the whole the motif of all of Rayearth's mechs. But that's neither here nor there. We're going into like the final hour here, so let's go ahead and have you read my story. We'll talk about that for a bit, and then we'll go into some more general creative stuff.
All right.
You turn the bugs into mechas because the bugs are overrunning civilization and will continue to attack to try and wipe humanity off of the planet.
Okay. All right, so now let me read this. All right, so I won't read the intro. I won't read the whatchamacallit.
The outline that I wrote up.
Yeah, I'll start with the first one where it's like, no.
Yep.
No. This is the end. No. Nebular cannon. No, 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 no. Here it was again. Despite his planning, despite every painstaking effort he had made to get everything just right, she had snatched victory from right under his nose. The self-proclaimed hero of the stars, Major Ursa, stood before him, clad in shining chrome armor, holding a new cannon she'd pulled from seemingly nowhere. Her helmet, which didn't even cover the bottom half of her face, was cracked open, revealing a single eye. That was all he had to show for his efforts. While she had him, strewn across the ground at point-blank range, he'd barely dinked her. It didn't matter that he'd managed to commandeer her ship. It didn't matter that he'd stranded them on an abandoned asteroid mine away from all of her friends. Ursa had somehow found the one thing to unravel his plan. Once could have been an oversight. Twice should have told him how to put a stop to it, yet no matter how hard he researched their fights, regardless of the hours he poured into studying her,
you managed to slip away and find the cracks every single time. No, it wasn't that you managed to slip away. It was because he lacked the info. If he'd known about this new weapon, he could have swapped his limbs to something more durable, something tankier. He could have tinkered with their flexibility balance more. Ursa shoved the barrel of her cannon in to his chest. It hummed louder, but not so loud that he couldn't hear the rapidly approaching footbeats. So you're finally going to do it, he said, sliding his tongue over his lips. The scent of the particles coming from the cannon were familiar, but he couldn't place them. Nothing he hadn't dealt with before. He really had just been ill-prepared. You're finally going to do me in. Ursa's fingers tensed around the cannon's trigger. Her face twisted, one part in pain, one part regret. She was always sentimental. You're not the man who taught me. Not anymore. No, he agreed. I'm better. Ursa's face settled into steely resolve and she pulled the trigger. Shame she hadn't acted sooner. By the time she pulled the trigger, Chimera had shoved the barrel away, pointing the particles up into space, where they cut through another asteroid unlucky enough to cross its path. He smiled. Chimera might not have been his best creation, but her timing couldn't have been better. He'd slapped her body together, modeling her after a harpy as a throwaway project. Perhaps after this he'd consider upgrading her. Ursa wrenched the cannon away, but this time she had it ready to fire. Chimera had already wrapped her arms around him and fired her thrusters. His former student could only watch as they made their getaway. It was too much to hope that she'd be stuck on that rock forever. Soon enough, her friends would arrive, and she'd be back on his trail. The game would be afoot all over again. Next time, however, he'd get it right. They barely returned to the ship when he began concocting his next plan. His thoughts were a whirlwind to add in these new variables. Next time, he muttered. Next time there will be no foul-ups. Next time I'll be ready. Professor? Chimera chirped. He cringed at the sound of her voice. How could he have settled for such a basic text-to-speech software? One of these days he'd have to install a proper voice driver. Of course, if he was going to do that, he'd need to overhaul her shell, too. The body he'd installed her into, particularly if she was going to battle Major Ursa again. Not to mention the outdated thrusters, her general design, and possibly even her personality. He'd made her when he'd been pressed for time and needed a single obstacle to stop his former student from gaining ground. A momentary distraction. She was a patchwork quilt of pieces that didn't fit together, like a computer scavenged together from a recycling bin. Yet somehow, Chimera had survived the battle and made her way back to him. To this day, it still puzzled him exactly how such a ragtag android had done as well as she had, and his attempts to replicate her, but better, had all failed. It seems to me, Chimera continued, that the reason for today's failure was not a lack of preparation. Are you perhaps not overly prepared? There's no such thing, he snorted. There are only those who prepare to fail, and I failed to prepare for a hammer space friendship cannon. Chimera's mismatched eyes focused on him. It was unsettling how much larger one was to the other. Is it not possible that perhaps it is impossible to account for everything that Ursa Major is capable of? He snorted. Impossible is not acceptable. Anything is possible with enough time and knowledge. He turned back to his workbench and grabbed a thick sheaf of his notes, slapping it with the other hand. It's all here. All the answers are here for me to figure out. Or maybe the answer is simply that this is the best you have to offer. The notes crumpled in his fist. I will not give up on my standards. That it seems you are unable to live up to your own standards after all. He didn't see it coming. Chimera's swift claws slashed across his throat. He never saw his laziest creation outlive even him. Bottom text.
God, I got just a little too ambitious. If I had to take this exact size and rewrite, I would have cut more of the more of the setup out and focus more on just this interaction between creator and creation, because this really encompasses the heart of what I was trying to write out.
Mm-hmm. I think it's really interesting how different our takes on the same prompt were.
Yeah, it really was. Like I'm writing mine out, and then I see yours, and I'm like, ah, shit! I should have done something more like this. This would have fit. This would have helped me fit so much more into it. But
Well,
you went such good broad strokes.
Well, at the same time, also, like, you wrote a very compact, very tight, and a very emotional scene. This scene between the professor and Chimera was very intense. And that first fight scene with the opening, where it's from the villain's perspective, as Major Ursa pulls out the friendship cannon, was really interesting. And also the fact that, like, it looked like Major Ursa was going to kill him, and he was like, well, looks like this is it. Was definitely interesting, and it had me on the edge of my seat when I was reading that part, because I'm like, whoa, is the magical girl going to straight up kill the villain? And I was curious where you were going to go with that. Then you had Chimera, and I will admit, when Chimera jumped in, I was a little confused because I didn't know who Chimera was.
Yeah, that's kind of that's the sort of thing I really get stuck on, because I'm like, okay, I want to introduce this concept, but now I have to figure out a way to just like set it up properly. And the best I could do with the time I had was to just be like, oh, there's footsteps coming. Oh, who could that be? Just.
Mm-hmm.
And then honestly, that's the kind of thing that you can fix once you've had this whole because the important thing is to get the idea written down.
Yes.
And then when you go back to edit, you can be like, okay, so I want to introduce this thing right here. Part of editing is going back and just being like, okay, let's go ahead and just like integrate this a little more smoothly.
Right. Yeah, I think so. I guess one thing
Like I'm sorry, real quickly, and we're both saying, you know, all these things about each other's work with the understanding that these are literally just first drafts, get the ideas down on the table. These aren't like, you know, polished, ready to put them on the blog or whatever.
Exactly. And yeah, these are I think both of our works are rough drafts in their own way. I think I wrote more of like a broad strokes, like telling this big story across like an extended period of time, and you like really zoned in and hyper focused on a very specific like couple of scenes. And I think that's really cool. And there's obviously, like I said, there's stuff that could have polished certain things. But I think it's really great the amount of, like, I'd mentioned this before when I'd read some of your other writing, that you're really, really good at injecting emotion into things.
Oh God, thank you. Like that's the heart of what I try and go for every time I'm writing.
Right, and that's one thing where like there's a lot of emotion. Like this stuff where like you can feel the villain's dread, the fear, the frustration. And then in the conversation with Chimera, right? You can feel that Chimera's losing patience with the professor, and the professor just isn't paying attention. And it's really interesting.
So, like, it's interesting in itself that you bring that up, because, okay, you've heard this before. Write what you know, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's like one of the number one writing advice that people give out.
Yeah.
When I saw that prompt and I saw perfectionist professor, one of the things that I just started going through was my own struggle with perfectionism and, you know, making stuff. And, you know, with this being bio-punky, you know, that kind of gives me an idea of like someone who literally worked on his own body, who believes in his own evolution and perfection. And meanwhile, we've got Chimera here, who I was trying to write to represent that one throwaway project that you do. You know, maybe it's a short story you do as a prompt with a friend, or maybe it's just like, oh, I just, you know, slapped this together and I wrote it because I was in a mood. And it's not something you really think about all that seriously. But the things that you do like that, the things that you just make and finish, can often be the things that you're most proud of by the end. I've written fics before where I had an idea and I wrote it out. And then there's things like my novel, which I've been working on for the better part of like 4 or 5 years. And I've been revising and revising and revising. And at one point was really obsessively in the mindset of, okay, I have to get this exactly right, exactly right, exactly right. And that's really the heart that I was trying to go for with this second scene. And it's the part that I wish I'd put more time into focusing. And if I had a chance to rewrite this and extend this out later, then this is definitely the part that I would be focusing more of that emotion into. Is that idea that Chimera might have just been this thing that he slapped together, but she's still easily one of his better creations because she's the only one that actually got finished, that he just let loose and became its own thing.
Yeah. And I think it says something really interesting that, like, he's obsessed with perfection, right? He's obsessed with getting it just right, having all the right information, building something that is specifically tailored to the situation, but he is seemingly unaware of this very simple and old adage that over specialization breeds extinction.
Oh God, I haven't heard that one in like forever. You want to go a little bit more into that?
Sure. It's this theory, this idea that, like, if something becomes overly specialized, hyper specialized to a very specific set of conditions, where it is just completely optimized to that one very specific set of conditions, as soon as that set of conditions changes even slightly, they can't do anything else because they're so hyper specialized for one specific thing.
Oh my God, this is the guy that mainboards control hate because he hates losing the control mirror.
And that's the thing where, like, this is the situation where you see this professor. I can imagine this professor is building, all of their creations are like fine-tuned down to the letter, you know, every single thing is like fine-tuned specifically to do one specific thing or to face one specific set of circumstances based on very specific data that he has on his enemies, right? But Chimera is the one that was just slapped together to do a job, and he's not overly specialized and is able to fill multiple different roles. And that's the mental image I get with Chimera there. That Chimera is the one that is the proof that, like, the professor is over specializing, and Chimera knows it. That's why Chimera is saying you're over preparing. You're preparing for this one specific situation, and then you're not taking into account that your enemy is going to come up with something new. And as soon as your enemy comes up with something new, because you are so over prepared for one specific thing, you're falling apart.
Oh, that's the good shit. That is the good shit right there. And just from like that, you can there's so many things you can pull from that too. Oh god, that's so good. Ah, this was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun just like working with this prompt out of water.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have had a Spaceship Gavis Girl versus mix and match Dr. Incredible on my list of things I was going to do today, but like, damn.
Yeah.
Oh god. And then like, I'm still not going to get over like the fact that you apparently just outlined this whole space opera front and ready. Like that's still really good to me.
Thank you. It's something I might pursue it. I don't know. I'll see how I'm feeling about it. I might tinker with it. It's always interesting whenever you have something and you let it grow into something more.
And like that's honestly kind of the beauty of doing some of these prompts.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the ideas is to literally just get you going. You're not really beholden to them. Like what you did, you swapped around the POVs a bit. It's just, it's a workout. You're literally just working out your writing muscles with stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you don't turn this into a writing project further down the line, like, oh my god, I have so many already. I don't need another one.
Yeah.
But like the experience itself is still good because if you want to be a writer, you have to write. Everyone instantly picks up their pitchforks and torches.
Yeah. You have to write, and I think there's something important about that to be known for just about everything, that like if you want to do something, you have to like start doing it. You may not be doing it well at first. You probably won't be doing it well at first, but it's all about the fact that you keep trying, you keep doing the thing, right? And like, how do I put that? It also can be applied to like VTubing, right?
Oh god, yes, fuck yes.
If you want to be a VTuber, you have to make content.
Oh my god.
Whether it be
yeah, go ahead.
whether it be streaming, shorts, videos, vines, memes, what have you, you have to make something, because that is what you do as a VTuber. You are a content creator.
Oh my god. So to kind of interject and like build on that.
Mm-hmm.
So Hololive, no, not Hololive. It was Nijisanji. Nijisanji a few months back opened up applications for auditions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the requirements that they put on there was must have prior streaming experience,
Mm-hmm.
which that's perfectly reasonable. They want experienced streamers because like they're having some internal issues. We're not really going to get into that.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be hiring streamers, it's reasonable to expect someone to have streaming experience. I feel like I shouldn't have been, but there were so many people who were like, oh, I guess I'm out of the picture, frowny face, and so many people like kind of bemoaning the idea that they have like no streaming experience. I'm like, okay, wait, hold on. You want to apply to one of the literal biggest VTuber agencies currently in the market, and you're trying to do that without any experience streaming whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say it's impossible. It's really not. There are definitely plenty of VTubers who their first time streaming was in fact the agency that they signed up with, so like that's perfectly fine. But a lot of those people also have experience doing a lot of other stuff,
Mm-hmm.
like podcasts or videos,
Mm-hmm.
or just like some sort of creation. And even now with some of the other applications, I see it over and over again. People worrying because I see so many more people worrying about their lore rather than just the strength of their portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, hey, why are you applying for these big ass agencies when you haven't even tried to do the thing that you're applying for to see if you like it?
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing. Like I was watching, I don't know if you follow any of the Minecraft YouTubers, Have you heard of? Well, do you follow any Minecraft YouTubers at all?
Oh god, no, but I know for a fact my husband follows at least one.
Well, so there's this big Minecraft server called Hermitcraft, where the people on Hermitcraft are known for doing these really crazy builds, these interesting designs, and doing some really great content. It's a server of content creators, right? And the head of the server was doing like a Q&A thing. His name is Exuma Void. He goes by Exuma. And people were asking him how he started Hermitcraft server, how he got this successful Minecraft server of content creators off the ground. And he was answering the question. He's like, okay, well, this is what I did, but you got to be careful and you got to try things out before you really commit to something like that. Because for all you know, you might not be any good at it, or you might not enjoy doing it. And you don't want to sink all this time, advertising money, resources, energy, doing something, and then you get started and then you find out, oh wait, I hate this.
Oh my god, yes, 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 1,000 times, yes. I cannot tell you how many projects I've picked up and been like, okay, this is good, but you know what I actually enjoy doing? This other thing. Like, I've been, for the last month, I was doing my magic VOD, where I take my Monday magic streams, I just I cut it up, I edit it, I put it together, and you know, when it's just putting up the VODs, I hate that. It's just so dull. And I started messing around. I'm like, wait, hold on. You know what I really like doing? I like putting in memes. I like adding references to all these games. So when I get back to doing those VODs, I'm gonna be focusing more on like meme content rather than just these straight up, you know, gameplay videos. I like the gameplay videos, but plenty of other people also do those, especially Amy the Amazonian. Shout outs to her. She is a monster machine of content production. And it's just like, so many of these things that you try out are going to lead you to doing other things that you actually really enjoy. So like, it's also with the streaming. You know, you mentioned before that part of your difficulty with doing the collabs was that you stream a lot of single player games, right? Yep. I was doing a lot of those when I started streaming too, because you know, that was just what I was interested in trying out. And at some point, I do want to go back to doing that sort of variety single player stream where I can just relax, hang out with my chat, and play a game. But changing things up and trying out new things has also just led to something I love this thing that we literally just did for the past couple of hours, where we write and we critique and we talk. What we're doing exactly right now. This is what I love. This is what my passion is, and this is what I'm going to be building my channel around going forward, because it's fun.
It's definitely interesting. Like, it is a truly one of a kind experience. Like, I do writing streams all the time, and this was definitely one of the most unique ones. Having another person going back over them, and sharing and critiquing ideas, and it was like looking at like what our content like looks like, and what you want for your channel is really important. And like, I've been waffling with a lot of ideas for a while now, right? Because I've been streaming off and on in some way, shape, or form for coming up on 5 years. And my content has looked so different over the years.
Oh god, tell me about it. You knew me from way back when we were involved in another group project. Around that time, I was doing Photoshop paste collage web comics, like cutting out official assets and pasting them together to like make my own content, because I could not draw. But you know what? We fucked around, we found out, we got better, and like, you know, maybe I'm not making comics anymore, but like, I've got some decent GIMP skills. I've got enough GIMP skills to make a thumbnail. And oh god, so one of the things I'm going to be working on in the near future, I'm going to be doing a stream for video editing. Like I'll see who wants to come on with me so they can have like some live instruction. But I've talked to so many VTubers who they want to edit their stuff and they're like, oh, I should do things besides just like, you know, upload my VODs. And like, you absolutely should. You should diversify your portfolio, folks, please. But they don't know the first thing about video editing. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, it is terrifying. There's a big interface, there's so many switches and buttons, and I'm afraid that if I look at something the wrong way, my computer's going to have a nervous breakdown. But the process of actually sitting down and learning it has led to so many new and exciting opportunities. I can do shorts now. That's so... And it's just, the more you teach yourself from doing all these other projects, the more you can do. And that's where you start getting into the, oh god, there's so much I want to do, but there's not enough time to do it all. Because you've empowered yourself. You taught yourself how to synchro summon.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, I know, like, with me, with learning how to draw and learning how to do things, I have problems when it comes to video editing. So, like, that's honestly been one of the biggest things holding me back.
Oh boy, do I have a class for you then.
Well, so, like, it's complicated with me and video editing. Have you ever heard of the phenomenon called intrusive sleep?
I have not.
It's a symptom of ADHD where your brain decides it doesn't want to do what you're doing so much it shuts off and you pass out.
Oh my god. I might have heard of something like that. Like, the extent that I know of it was something your brain is not getting the stimulation it needs, so you will literally fall asleep. I haven't heard of intrusive. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's something I struggle with, and that's something that tends to happen whenever I try doing video editing for too long. It gets to be a real struggle, and it's like not fun for me.
Oh my god. I know exactly what you mean. Maybe not to that extent, but it's just like, if I'm just doing like a basic edit cut, like take the thing, cut out pauses and commercials and just upload it. Even if it's like the easiest thing in the world, it's like trying to give a cat a bath. But the second I start getting more involved in the editing process, when I start doing like a bunch of different cuts, when I start reframing everything, when I start looking for opportunities to put in memes and references, my brain lights on fire and it's like, okay, this is the only thing I want to do. I'm sorry, that was slightly off course.
No, it's fine. But yeah, so I definitely see what you're saying about, like, as we learn new skills, as we learn new things, as we expand our portfolio, expand our content, it allows us to expand what we're doing. Like, for me, learning how to draw can mean that I can start doing drawing streams in the future. And learning what all of that's gonna look like. And I just saw the comment in your chat.
Yeah. Yo, you've got some people of culture in your chat. They know about Nanaha. I fucking love Nanaha. I love the combination of like magic and tech in that series. Magic tech is one of my favorite things ever in fantasy.
Yeah, Nabaru is a very cultured individual.
So cultured.
Yes. Silva and Nabaru are my two regulars who show up to pretty much all of my streams, and they have very much supported me and been a very big help in growing my community and in maintaining my sanity.
Honestly, I think that's probably just one of my favorite things about just streaming, right? As a creative outlet, you get to meet some people and you get to just have those people you hang out with. I've got a couple of those and I treasure them. They are my pride and joy as someone who is trying to build this from the ground up. Juice cans turning into magical girls. Why do I feel like I have heard of that one before?
No, Nabaru, spray the spray bottle. No, bad.
Oh no. Oh no. Do I want? Why do I feel like I should bring this up with the non-stream browser?
It gets really bizarre. Like so Nabaru mentioned Akikan or Akikan. It gets really weird. Like Nabaru convinced me to watch it on my Discord server.
Oh my god.
And we watched the first episode and I was just like, nope.
Okay. So I feel like I need to share this one exact image that I'm looking at right here.
Oh, good.
Let me see if I can... Oh my god. There we go. There we go.
Now I gotta look at your stream and see what you got. Or can you put it in the...
Oh my god.
Okay, let me...
God. Of all the out of context shots you could show.
Let me open up your stream so I can see what out of context shot you're showing of whatever it is.
This has to be like one of the most amazing out of context shots I've ever found. Purely from a dialogue standpoint.
Oh gosh.
Oh god, I need to come back to look at this. So like we've got like half an hour left on the stream. Let's just go ahead and shoot the breeze and talk about like a little a little something. So like
I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about masks.
Ooh, oh god, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. So like yeah, masks. Let me just actually pull that up real quick so that way we can have like an image for this. And while I'm doing that, you go ahead and lead us off.
Okay. I mean,
did you have something specifically that you wanted to bring up about
so
it?
okay. I don't know, have you read all the playbooks?
I have at least looked them over briefly, but I can go ahead and like bring this up while we're
Here we go.
let me go ahead and like pull those up real quickly. Because the only ones I really looked into depth were the ones that my group were using.
Okay.
Which, if I remember correctly, was, let's see, I'm playing the Janice. We just had someone join us with the Dune. We've got the Newborn, the Outsider, the Innocent, the Redeemed.
Sounds like you've got quite the group going.
Yeah. We had one person who heard about the campaign and she joined in really like we had our session 0 and everything. We already figured out how we came together and all that. And then she's like, oh wait, I'm sorry. I missed the announcement post. Is it still too late? Can I join? And we're like, no, we want you in here. You're like one of our favorite people. Let's go ahead, get her in. So right now we're in the figuring out how to weave them in portion of this.
So I was looking at, because I was debating making a character based on my VTuber lore. Not exactly a one-to-one translation of me, but like some of the same ideas, you know, because some stuff doesn't translate over.
Right.
And okay. And I'm getting an image up so people can see the logo of masks.
Yep, I've got the I've got the playbooks up now.
Okay.
Can even go
So
expansion playbook.
I was
expansion
looking at
playbook.
the Outsider because the lore of my VTuber is that I was a warrior piloting a mech to fight off an invading army of dark machines in another world, and I sacrificed myself in order to activate a super weapon that scattered the dark machines across the multiverse, where separated from their power source they wouldn't be much of a threat for the defenders of other realms to defeat. But I got scattered too, so now I'm just making a new life in a world where I'm like cut off, where I'm like in a new world. And I was looking at the Outsiders move Kirby Craft, and I was like, it says it could be any kind of like a ship or vehicle. So I'm like, if the GM would allow it, I would say that my Star Hunter machine, my giant robot, is my Kirby Craft.
Oh God. Oh, okay. I can see that. It took me a second to take a look as I was like, oh wait, hold on. Wait, oh right. I said the Outside earlier in my group, but I meant the Nomad, and I'm like, wait, hold on. Did we have an Outsider? And then you said Outsider. I was like, wait, hold on. Which one? I don't know. I put myself into like a mental loop here. Regardless. Yeah. So Outsider crashing the ship. Okay.
Yeah. And so I was looking. So one of the things that's kind of like interesting about masks is that like they have these very tight restrictions of like what powers you have with which playbooks. But it's because they very carefully tie each group of powers into the development of the character. It's a very tightly designed game.
It certainly is. Although the book itself really wants to stress that it's not about trying to recreate your favorite hero one for one. It's about, mechanically, it's about having the freedom to reflavor stuff and actually talk to people about how you're trying to actualize these powers and stuff.
Right, and that's one interesting thing. And one other thing that's really interesting about it is how it delves into interpersonal relationships in a way you don't see as much in like D&D or other more traditional TTRPGs. Like if you look at the Outsider playbook, right? On the relationship section, one of the things for the relationships is your character has a crush on blank and is keeping it under wraps.
Oh God, yeah. You've been learning about Earth by spending time with blank. You have a crush on blank, but you keep it under wraps. These things that you work out with the other players at your group and being like, you know what? I feel like my character has a crush on yours. You cool with that? You cool with that?
Yes.
And then you do it, and it makes for great drama. I love the interconnected relationships part of Mass.
Yeah, and like it's trying really hard to recreate that feeling of being a teenager trying to find your place in the world, but extrapolated onto a fantasy like superhero story. And a lot of the mechanics, like the entire thing about labels and how your stats are directly tied to how you view yourself, and how others view you and what that means to you, is really big. It's really interesting setup, I guess. I don't think I've ever seen a system that's run quite like this. Like it's reminiscent a little bit of Fate to me, but it's got a lot more specifics than Fate does.
Yeah, it does. Because I've done a one shot with Fate with the fudge dice and everything like that, and that one, that's really free flow, because it's like if you play just the basic game, it's what you come up with 3 attributes that you like. Yeah, it's like 3 attributes that describe your character, and then you can attempt to invoke one of them to try and conquer an obstacle or something like that.
Yeah.
And then you roll your dice that determines stuff. It's really, really, really simple, and you don't even have to have anything specific to it. Mass, though, having all these playbooks, I really appreciate it. It feels like a nice, not a middle ground, but it feels like it's a couple notches above that.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like it takes that freedom of a system like Fate and walks it back. Now it's powered by the Apocalypse system. So that's
Oh my god, it's literally called Kirby Craft. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's literally called Kirby Craft, and I was like, I could totally design my Star Hunter machine as a Kirby Craft.
Oh my god, that's so good. Now, oh, that's right. So I remember hearing you talking about this during your drawing stream. And it sounds like you have some familiarity with Powered by the Apocalypse.
Vaguely, yes. I've done a campaign in Monsters of the Week, which is based on Powered by the Apocalypse. I
think I've heard of that one.
And I've read a bunch of other Powered by the Apocalypse games. Okay, maybe not a bunch, but multiple. So like there are some core themes, the idea of invoking moves, you only roll if it actually matters. And that one rule that you only roll if it's actually something where a roll is necessary is really important, because you count up your number of failures in order to determine when you level up. And if you are just rolling whenever, you're going to like speed through the levels really fast.
Hey, how did the challenge went pretty well?
Yeah, I think we both came up with very interesting stories, Happy Wolf. My story was more of like a generalistic narrative space opera kind of thing. Will turn into a space opera at the end. And Hero Girls was this very like personal, emotional couple of scenes that was just like very raw, and I think visceral is the right word for it.
Ooh, that's good. That's exactly the word I try and go for every time I write stuff like that. Yours is like a promo trailer, but meanwhile mine is like someone took a snippet and posted it on YouTube.
But yeah, overall it was fun.
Yeah, when we do that again, because I want to do that again, we need to do like we take turns writing a thing and we write it together project. I think that would be a lot of fun.
That would be interesting. To see how all of that comes together, because like I have had 2 people offer to write a book with me, and I'm so unsure of like how well I would interact with like
working with another creative and who trying to like wrestle for creative influence.
Yeah, I don't know, because like I'm so used to being in control of my stories and my characters, you know?
Right, but at the same time, that's not really all that different from literally what we're talking about right now, tabletop stuff, right? It's collaboration. And especially with something like Mass, it's give and take. It's taking, the other player's yes, and then adding the and or but. And writing with like novel writing or comic book writing, where you have like a writer and an artist, it's not all that different. And I think that's part of why tabletops are so cool as creatives, right?
Yeah, and like I don't know, it's probably going to work just fine, But like I also suffer a lot from like imposter syndrome. Uh because like just it's me, you know, and the idea that people want to uh I guess like work with me on stuff is just kind of not bizarre, but just like not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I definitely if someone approached me like that, like, and you know, for whatever reason, I just had this perception of them having like a greater influence or maybe a bigger reputation than me, I definitely would probably be in that exact position, because it's like, oh wait, but I'm just a little YouTuber. I'm just a little streamer. Why are you giving me the attention? I definitely pogged out quite a bit when I got noticed, or not noticed, just like rated, right? Like just like big name streamer was looking for someone struggling to get views and decided to, you know, gift them with a nice 50-person raid. Thank you, Pleasant Kenobi. But one of the things that I've been really working on this past year with regards to that imposter syndrome, reminding myself that the last season of Game of Thrones exists, and so does Rise of Skywalker.
Oh goodness gravy.
Because if those can exist, then I think I'm gonna be okay.
Okay.
When you make art, make it with the arrogance and audacity of a white guy that's just been handed a $1 billion franchise on a platter.
Okay, all right. So that actually shook a memory loose for me. So when I was questioning whether I wanted to do streaming of writing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't sure if I had, or like I wasn't sure if I had what it takes to even like try completing something, try writing something. I got recommended through like a Facebook ad, some indie author's book, and it was because I liked mechs. I liked giant robots, and I was like, oh, okay. And it was one of those like promotion things, and they're like, here, you can read part of the first chapter. And I read part of the first chapter, and I don't even remember that much of it, right? I honestly don't even remember anything about what I read.
Ringing endorsement.
Huh?
Ringing endorsement there.
Yeah. And I just remember the feeling I had where I was just like, someone thought this was good enough to get published. This was good enough to get published. I have no reason to ever doubt my talents ever again.
See?
And like, it sounds so mean when I say it, but that was just like my first reaction when I read this chapter. I was just like, someone actually published this.
Yeah, that is just, it's something I keep coming back to. It's just mind-boggling how many, look, there is so much shit out there. So much shit. Some of it written with more earnestness and sincerity than let's say refined skill and trained efforts. But yeah, there really isn't. If you're worried about the quality of your work, then you're going to start getting yourself wrapped up into that trap. That's when you're going to start that's when you're going to start overthinking. That's when you're going to start over refining. And sometimes, you know, especially if you struggle with executive dysfunction, that's what's going to keep you from actually moving forward and getting anything done.
Yeah.
But the second that you have the gall to say, you know what, whatever I can get done is good enough,
Mm-hmm.
that's when you can actually start making something of yourself. And that's when you're going to be able to make the thing that you want. And that is when you're going to feel so much more satisfied with what you're doing.
Yeah, I think that's definitely having that audacity, that gall, in order to really put yourself out there. I think is a very big part of being a creative. And one other like having that gall, and also understanding that people are going to read or look at your product at some point if you're going to put it out there. And learning to be okay with other people viewing and consuming your content.
Even to take like a step beyond, being okay with people not liking what you put out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh god, I have heard too many stories of authors absolutely fucking losing it when they, and don't ever say it with me, don't ever do this. Don't read your own reviews. Just, oh god. Hey, all right. Have you seen Spider-Verse yet?
No.
Okay. Good. No spoilers. Fantastic movie. 11 out of 10. Highly recommend.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching a podcast literally just yesterday
Mm-hmm.
with some folks going over Spider-Verse and the different kind of codings they were reading into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember watching at least one guy kind of rip apart certain parts about Spider-Verse because they just really made him angry, and it made those issues seem really insensitive, and like that kind of criticism spoke to me specifically, because one of the things I'm always trying to do is like, I can't have my story be problematic like ever. It needs to be squeaky clean. I can't handle the criticism, and just people come at these from so many different perspectives and experiences that they're gonna show your book to enough people, and I guarantee you someone's gonna find something problematic with it. Someone's gonna see issues with it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a free license to write irresponsibly.
Mm-hmm.
But it just makes things easier to know that, you know what, there's no fucking way to get any of this perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's something also important to understand is you do the best with what you've got, and you work on what you've got and build up and build it all up. Exactly, Happy Wolf. Nothing is perfect. But that doesn't, like Hero Girl said, that's not carte blanche to just intentionally do terrible things and be like, well, nothing's perfect. We still have to try, and I think that intent is what's important.
Right, the intent and the willingness to, grow and learn. Like when you come out with your first story and people point out its flaws,
Mm-hmm.
it can be really hard to swallow the rejection and to actually learn from it, especially for people with rejection sensitivity disorder, which is pretty common in ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
So I at least I got that in spades.
Mm-hmm.
And just when you're writing, this is another adage I've heard, it feels like you're showing your ass to the whole world. And that ain't wrong.
No, it's not. It's not wrong. That is definitely a way to look at it.
And some are definitely prettier than others.
Oh goodness.
But being bold enough to bear it all out there, that's really important. And honestly, it's been really good listening to you, Orion, share a lot of your experiences with that. And I'm proud of you, buddy. I'm real proud of you.
Thank you. Um, I'm honored, and I'm proud to know you. You-
So,
Hmm?
oh yeah, no, go ahead, finish your thought.
Honestly, it's great to work with you. You've, uh, yeah, it's great to work with you on this stream, and again, we're definitely gonna be doing something again, whether it be doing this or something else.
Oh yeah, honestly, I would love to be able to grab like just a chill activity for us to stem with while we just shoot back and forth, because I did want to talk about mass, but we just kind of got distracted and ran out of time.
Yeah, kinda.
Kind of. We'll have a more dedicated OC chat where we can go ahead and talk about tabletops and our feelings on that, some of the stuff that we've done.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I've fallen exactly back into my old podcasting habits. But hey, you know what? You know what? I don't mind that. This is what I like.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got like 5 minutes left. Let's go ahead and start wrapping this up.
Mm-hmm.
Orion, let's go ahead and start with you. Anything that you really want to like plug or like give a shout out to?
I don't really have anything in the works right now. Um, Stuff's just been really overwhelming recently, with life and stuff. So no, I don't have anything that I'm really plugging. Like I stream on Mondays and Fridays. Normally my streams start at 8:30 p.m. EST. But today I obviously started earlier because of the the collaboration. And it's actually funny. Like now as we're winding down is the time when I would normally be winding up, which is kind of funny.
Right. I remember we were working out that schedule, and we had something planned. And I thank you so much for being flexible, because I keep planning these around my normal streaming times, because
Mhm.
we both have families we have to take care of. You get how it is. But then I find out literally after we scheduled the initial time, oh wait, the mother-in-law has a birthday party planned. Can we go ahead and like move this around? And just thank you so much for that flexibility.
Oh, it's fine. Fine, I'm glad to help out. I'm just glad that we were able to get the full 4 hours. I don't think this would have been as fun if we tried squeezing it into 3 hours.
Oh no, because the way that we both go on, I can just tell we're gonna be all over the place.
Hmm.
But even so. Oh, right then. So let me go ahead and just plug the socials real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick command into my chat. Did it actually work? I don't know if it did or not, but like you can find me on the YouTube. I am HeroGirlsVT. That's Hero Girls plural, because that's what I am. I haven't uploaded videos in a hot second because I've been putting all of my focus into the transgender representation panel that I will be doing next Friday at my usual hours. It's going to be so great. I've done this presentation a couple times before, but never as an actual stream. Everyone I've been talking to is really looking forward to seeing this, and then I'll be editing that into a proper video essay that I can post onto said channel. Although I might have to do a second one because the algorithm prefers being able to categorize you into a neat little category. We'll talk about that. Twitter is going to be at the same thing, at HeroGirlsVT. Orion and I have been giving each other shoutouts. Thank you again so much for that support. Anything else that I am thinking of, I cannot imagine. Because if you're already following me on Twitch, then I don't need to plug you on my Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess.
Yeah.
I might as well. I when you asked plugging, I guess I might as well plug my YouTube. If any of you don't know my YouTube, I'm YouTube / Oriansenshi, ORIANSENSHI, is where you can find my YouTube. Like I said, I stream Mondays and Fridays, and I can also be found on Twitter, on the Twitter. And my Twitter is also twitter.com/Oriansenshi, ORIANSENSHI.
All right. And the next time that we hang out, we'll definitely talk more tabletop stuff. I want to go on like a nostalgia binge and talk about Buddy Fight at some point.
Oh goodness, yeah, that'll be quite the nostalgia binge.
Oh god, I'll have to have like slides or something set up. I don't know. Maybe do. Oh, maybe at some point I'll just write out a presentation with you. Oh god, no! Stop! I've been down this rabbit hole before. It goes too big, too deep. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead. I think we're just about done here. One more time, Orion. It was so good having you on. I want to do this again. Thank you so much for coming.
Oh well, it was an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me. This has been quite the experience, and it has been really exciting to be here.
God, the things that you discover when you just reach out and experiment. Anyway, that's all I've got for today, folks. We're gonna see you next time. Same hero time, same hero channel. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Okay.
And with that, I am off the air.
Okay. 1 second. Let me just do my my outro with my viewers. All right, so to all of you who came to my stream, I want to say thank you. As some of you, as those of you who've been here know, I like to end my streams really quick saying affirmations to everybody. To the people who show up to stream, so I say to Silva, to Nabiru, who else did we have come through stream today? To Happy Wolf, and to anyone else who watched the stream. Oh, and who is this? Prezig Dinis. And anyone else who came into the stream and didn't say anything, or anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I want to say to all of you that I love all of you and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that each one of you is a wonderful, truly unique, special, and precious individual, and I believe that all of you make this world a better place just by being in it. And I'm grateful every day to live in a world with you in it. Thank you all for giving me your time, your attention, and your energy. Each one of you is a valued and worthwhile member of this community. Thank you for being amazing. If you have any friends or family you think would enjoy the stream or the content, feel free to show them my content or invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. And
Mr. Rogers would be proud.
thank you. And with that, good night, everybody.